touched down at Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport, greeted by a group of supporters near the tarmac.
The chair of the Republican Party in DeKalb County, and we are going to vote DeKalb red, and we're going to vote for President Trump like you've never seen before. You're going to make Joe Biden regret that he's standing there for an hour and a half. You're going to eat his lunch.
There is so much energy here. People are really eagerly anticipating his arrival. People have been out here for hours. They said they wanted to make sure that they secured their spot, and they got right up against the fence.
Joe must go! Joe must go!
People are hungry to be proud of this country again, and that energy is, I think, something that Trump is bringing that nobody else is.
That's it. That's it.
That's how we'll go with Donald Trump. We out here in Atlanta, we're in the streets, though. Streets voting for Donald Trump.
How do you think he's going to do at the debate?
I think Trump will obviously be victorious, win the debate. I just think it's great that he's out here showing people that he'll keep going in and, stand up to the mob, you know what I'm saying, which is big. A lot of people are starting to switch over, support Trump. Trump's definitely got the black vote back. Even the people over there, they confused, they brainwashed. Black Lives Matter, they out here. Black Lives Matter as a saying, like, do Black Lives Matter? Yes. Organization's a crock of shit, man, know what I mean? Joe Biden don't care about black people. How many homeless black people, those people drive by to come here to hang these signs up today? They drove by tons of them. Immigrants is getting this money all day. This is the immigrants' place right now. Trump is the only person out here that wants us to make money. Trump's the only person out here that wants the economy to get good. He cares about your family. Joe Biden don't care about your family. One thing about it, if you're going to support Trump and you on the battlegrounds like I am, get out here, drive, make that extra drive. Get out there, put your flags up. Don't be afraid to wear your hat, man. This is our country. We can wear our hats. We don't got to be afraid to wear our hats. You don't got to be afraid to rep Trump. You don't got to be afraid to be proud that your president's trying to save your life. You know what I'm saying? There's no problem with that.
Well, the stage is officially set. Both candidates for tonight's debate are in Atlanta at this hour, gearing up for the debate set to take place in just 3 hours.
Joe Biden doesn't have a plan for America. Kamala Harris doesn't have a plan for America. So they're focused on, let's get him.
Out here is what's called the spin room. And it's exactly that, because this floor will be full of people who are campaign aides or supporters spinning the message for their candidate and spinning the message of their challenger.
So Corey, you were here in a similar position 8 years ago. Whew. True. Right? Yeah. You and Hopix were doing everything. You were like a two-man band.
Yeah.
Honestly. How's it different now?
Oh, it's completely different. Donald Trump is a completely different candidate. He has a breadth of knowledge, which he probably didn't possess 4 years ago or 8 years ago when we started this, that now is going to come out. And he's ready for tonight. He's ready to lay out his vision for America.
Donald Trump is the president of peace. If you want war, go the other way. If you want peace, I think Donald Trump's your man, and that's a big part of why he has my support as well.
I think people have come to realize that our politics was being run by people who had forgotten that the source of our greatness was hardworking, everyday Americans. Every country has rich people, every country has famous people, but the people that led this country are completely isolated and out of touch with millions and millions of hardworking Americans from all across the country. And the priorities of our government were the priorities of white-collar workers living in New York who made a lot of money off globalization, while the rest of the country was getting screwed by losing our factories and jobs. Trump tapped into it. He gave voice to it. And I think the outrage over his candidacy revealed how out of touch the establishment and both parties have become.
What do you expect from this? Obviously, he's about to walk into the CNN studio, which might be more dangerous than when he went to North Korea. So, what do you think?
Well, I don't think those external things are going to impact Trump.
This is the CNN presidential debate.
Matter of days, he's going to be picking a vice president, potentially. And, there's a lot of people in this room that are under contention for that. You're one of them, obviously.
Yeah, I mean,
when do you expect that call to come?
Well, I don't know. That's his decision to make. Right. But the good news is he's got like 10 people to pick from that are all better than Kamala Harris. So whoever he picks, he's going to be great. He's always good at picking people like that. And there may be people that aren't vice president that are in this room that are going to get a chance to serve in other positions in his administration that are critically important. I think it matters who the Secretary of Treasury is, of Energy, State, Attorney General. So the good news is we are blessed with a lot of really talented people. And the Democratic Party's got Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. I mean, that's not very impressive. And for Trump, I mean, his preparation has always been he's out there talking to voters, giving speeches, talking to people out there. And, you know, that's the way he's always prepared. I was joking on the bus that when I was running for president, I was like, we were there for 2 days getting ready, and this guy would fly in on his plane, do the debate, and leave. And I'm like, that guy's winning. We're losing. Why don't we do that?
Right.
Except we didn't have a plane. But.
Right. Now, please welcome the 46th President of the United States, Joe Biden.
Biden's up now right now. What do you expect tonight? Do you think Biden went well?
You know, I think we've made a mistake in the Republican side where we've really lowered expectations. If he comes out here and he has a pulse, the media's going to say, oh, Biden exceeded expectations, when the standard is not, are you able to stand up for 90 minutes? It's, are you actually able to deliver a message? So I think that we have to be realistic here that it's going to be a disaster by any objective standard, but the media has played the expectations, gave it away, that I think is going to benefit Biden. I think Trump is just fundamentally way better. So no matter how the media tries to spin it, I think the average person watching at home is going to say, well, clearly one guy has the energy to do the job and one guy doesn't. And I think that's the way in which the debate will be best for Trump. But we'll see. I think the big advantage for Biden here is there's no audience, right? Like Trump feeds off of people, which is important. Like when you're leading human beings, you have to be able to interact with them. I think it's a huge disadvantage for Trump that they don't have. It's already starting out terribly for Biden, which is good. But
I can't even understand him right now.
No, I can't.
You know what he's even saying?
No, and he coughs in the beginning. It just Biden does not sound good right now. So we'll see.
To $15 for a insulin shot as opposed to $400. No senior has to pay more than $200 for any drug, all the drugs they conclude beginning next year. His debt, we'd be able to help make sure that all those things we need to do, child care, elder care, making sure that we continue to strengthen our healthcare system, making sure that we're able to make every single solitary person eligible for what I've been able to do with the with the COVID. Excuse me, with dealing with everything we have to do with. Look, if we finally beat Medicare.
Thank you, President Biden. President Trump.
Well, he's right. He did beat Medicaid. He beat it to death. I really don't know what he said at the end of that sentence. I don't think he knows what he said either. Look, he's the one that killed people with the bad water, including hundreds of thousands of people dying. It's so bad with Afghanistan. We are living in a rat's embarrassment, most embarrassing moment in the history of our country. Migrant crime. Our veterans are on the street. They left American citizens behind. Suckers and losers. The whole world is blowing up under him. He should apologize to me right now.
Right now, as we speak, there is a deep, a wide, and a very aggressive panic in the Democratic Party. It started minutes into the debate, and it continues right now.
I think the worst moments for Joe Biden really came at the very opening of the debate.
Yeah, they were a disaster for Biden. I mean, it's just not good. It's bad for the country. Like I said, they're watching. I mean, our adversaries have television. You know, they have TVs, and they're going to get to see this, and they make analysis about all this.
I think it was fairly embarrassing that the rest of the world gets to see this.
He didn't do well at all. He did not do well at all.
The Biden campaign has collapsed, disintegrated. Joe Biden is clearly a man in decline.
It's clear he's unfit to be president of the United States. He's unfit to be an elected official. It was an overwhelming win by President Trump.
Do you feel like he did what he needed to on an issue that could motivate voters in the polls?
I think it's significantly insignificant.
They're already talking about trying to replace him. Look, this debate tonight will have long-term repercussions.
President Biden had one job tonight. He had to settle his own party. Joe Biden's job was to reassure them tonight. He did not do that. He did the opposite of that.
What's that, okay? Brilliant. The end of Joe, I think. We hit him hard. Felt very good. He's a bad guy. Thank you.
I think it's critical if he were CEO and he turned in a performance like that. Would any corporation in America, any Fortune 500 corporation in America, keep him on as CEO?
Donald Trump had an amazing night, an amazing debate.
Ever wonder what food is served on Trump Force One? The meal is here. Double quarter pounder with cheese, 10 chicken nuggets, fries, warm. Sure came. Obviously, the sauces that you get here: tangy barbecue ranch, 2 McDonald's ketchup packets. Meal of champions. Certainly a victory party tonight for the team up there.
More fallout from President Joe Biden's poor debate performance this week. It has campaign surrogates on the defense.
Less than 24 hours after that first big
Former President
presidential debate,
Donald Trump in Virginia after a strong debate last night. President Biden telling terrified Democrats that he's not going anywhere after a bumbling debate performance set off a full-blown panic and calls to step aside.
He's holding crisis talks with his team today following a disastrous debate with Donald Trump.
Shocked and horrified would you have been?
Dave, good morning. Were you like just the rest of us watching like this? Just couldn't quite watch the screen, just thinking, I mean, is this really the best America has to offer?
Only about 1 in 4 voters think Biden has the cognitive ability to serve as president. 3/4 think he shouldn't be running.
During 2020, they advised him not to come to Virginia. And I met him a couple weeks ago, and I said, we might be able to win this thing. Come on. And so I was so pleased that the day after the debate, he said, I'm coming to Virginia.
Governor Youngkin, we're told, is going to appear with Trump, and that would be the very first time. Both of these individuals appeared together during campaign 2024. What are people saying about this?
It's good to come up. Okay, man, I'm going to bring you up. Okay. Last night was amazing. We had a great time. I think if we brought out a lot. We brought out a lot of weakness from this gentleman. He's a bad guy. Was never a good guy. And we're going to win big. And let's see what happens.
Joe was talking for him at this rally.
Yeah, well, let's see what happens to him. But he's a bad guy. I've known that for a long time. Thank you. Hello, Virginia. Did anybody last night watch a thing called the debate? He got the debate rules that he wanted. He got the date that he wanted. He got the network that he wanted. Crooked Joe Biden spent the entire week at Camp David, resting, working, studying. He studied very hard. He studied so hard that he didn't know what the hell he was doing. Hello, Governor. I can't miss this guy in the crowd. But his son's much better looking than him.
Beautiful night. Look at how many people are showing up for a rally. People understand what's going on in this country right now, and it's just an honor to be a part of the movement to fight to take back our nation and give people back their rights in an insane, crazy world. I love when my sons and family come. You know, it's really nice. One of my sons, a young man, he just turned 18, who's now going to college, got into every college he wanted to, but he is my boy. Barron Trump, stand up. Look at him. Barron. Oh, look at this. Hey, you're pretty popular. He might be more popular than Don and Eric. We got to talk about this. Hey, Don, we got to talk about this, huh? Welcome to the scene, Barron. I don't know.
Exciting out there. People are really, the passion, amazing, through the roof, bigger than 16, bigger than 20.
Sum it up in one sentence, how the 2024 campaign of Donald Trump is different than the 2020 campaign. What is the biggest difference you notice in how this campaign's operating?
Just execution. If there's one word to describe it, it's just execution. Every single minute, every single day.
you think people are surprised that it has come back?
There's some people who might have been skeptical, but the big thing now is they're coming home. They're coming home every single day, every single week, every single month. More and more people are coming home, joining the movement, backing President Trump. It's exciting to see.
And new polling from the Wall Street Journal shows Donald Trump expanding his lead.
That Joe Biden's trailing Donald Trump by about 6 points, 49-43.
To now 6 points over President Biden.
Joe Biden reportedly anxious and angry over his reelection prospects.
I don't walk as easy as I used to. I don't speak as smoothly as I used to. I don't debate as well as I used to. But I know what I do know. I know how to tell the truth.
He is staying in the race.
Biden vowing now to remain in the race. But a new poll shows most voters would rather he bow out.
Demographically, Joe is losing huge parts of his base. Democrats, the Biden campaign, the mob and the media, they are all desperate, and I mean desperate.
Yeah, this guy's extremely dangerous. Donald Trump is a one-man crime wave. Trump is a threat to this nation.
Left-wing leaders, including the president, have regularly told their constituents that Trump and his supporters, by the way, are xenophobic, white nationalist Nazis. Biden, Kamala Harris, the Obamas regularly imply or straight out say that Trump is a racist as though it's a given fact. I mean, just on Monday, Biden was telling his donors it was time to put Trump in the bullseye.
There was really nothing unusual that day.
This is a big crowd.
It just felt like a normal rally day.
Secret Service asked us if we wanted to sit behind the stage.
So I walked over to the fence line. That's when I saw the commotion going on.
What's happening?
Right there!
I could hear the shots coming over.
Somebody just lost their life. How could a gun get into this secure area?
Donald Trump was centimeters away from not being with us.
God wants him alive.
What's going on there? Are they having riots? No, it's from a little different realm. You know, they ought to put a 1-year penalty, you burn the flag. You burn the American flag, that you go to jail for 1 year. And they say it's unconstitutional, but they have to change it. You shouldn't be allowed to burn the American flag. I got a book is coming out.
Hello, hello, hello.
Save America. I think you're gonna love it.
shut it down. Let's burn the roof. And then we'll do it again. Let's do it, let's do it, let's do it, let's do it, and do it, and do it. Let's live it up and do it, and do it, and do it, do it, do it. Let's do it, let's do it, let's do it. Cause I got a feeling that tonight's gonna be a good night. That tonight's gonna be a good night. That tonight's gonna be a good night. A feeling that tonight's gonna be a good night. That tonight's gonna be a good night. That tonight's gonna be a good night. I feel tonight's the night. Hey, let's live it up. Let's live it up. I got my money. Hey, let's spin it up. Let's spin it up. Go out and smash it. Like oh my god. Like oh my god. Jump out that sofa. Come on. Let's get oh. Fill up my cup. Drink. Mazel tov. Look at her dance. Move it. Just take it. Oh, let's paint the town. We'll shut it down. Let's burn the roof. And then we'll do it again. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. And do it. And do it. Let's live it up and do it. And do it. And do it. Do it. Do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. Do it. Do it. Do it. Here we come. Here we go. We gotta rock. Easy come, easy go. Now we on top. Feel the shot. Body rock. Rockin' don't stop. Round and round. Up and down. Around the clock. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. Friday, Saturday to Sunday. Keep with us. You know what we say. Party every day. Party every day. And I'm feeling that tonight's gonna be a good night. That tonight's gonna be a good night. That tonight's gonna be a good night. Feeling that tonight's gonna be a good night. That tonight's gonna be a good night. That tonight's gonna be a good night.
The sun is hot and that old clock is moving slow, and so am I. Workday passes like molasses in wintertime, but it's July. Getting paid by the hour and older by the minute. My boss just pushed me over the limit. I'd like to call him something. I think I'll just call it a day. Pour me something tall and strong. Make it a hurricane before I go insane. It's only 12:30, but I don't care. It's 5 o'clock somewhere. This lunch break is gonna take all afternoon and half the night. Tomorrow morning I know there'll be hell to pay. Hey, but that's alright. I ain't had a day off now in over a year. My Jamaican vacation's gonna start right here. If the phone's for me, you can tell them I just sailed away. And pour me something tall and strong. Make it a hurricane before I go insane. It's only 12:30, but I don't care. It's 5 o'clock somewhere. I could pay off my tab, pour myself in a cab, and be back to work before 2. At a moment like this, I can't help but wonder, what would Jimmy Buffett do?
funny you should ask, Alan. I'd say, oh, me something tall and strong, make it a hurricane before I go insane. It's only 12:30, but I don't care. Pour me something tall and strong, make it a hurricane before I go insane. It's only 12:30, but I don't care.
You don't care. I don't care.
It's 5 o'clock somewhere. What time zone am I on? What country am I in?
It doesn't matter. It's 5 o'clock somewhere.
It's always on 5 in Margaritaville, come to think of it.
I heard that.
You've been there, haven't you?
Yes, sir.
I've seen your boat there.
I've been to Margaritaville a few times.
All right, well, that's good.
Stumble my way back.
Okay, well, we just want to make sure you can keep it between the navigational beacons.
Between the buoys, I got it.
All right, well, it's 5 o'clock. Let's go somewhere.
I'm ready. Crack it up.
Let's get out of here.
I'm gone.
Nothing gets me down. You got it tough. I've seen the toughest around. And I know, baby, just how you feel. You got to roll with the punches and get to what's real. Can't you see me standing here? I got my back against the wrecking machine. I ain't the worst that you've seen. Can't you see what I mean? Might as well jump, jump. Might as well jump. Go ahead and jump, jump. Go ahead and jump. Oh, hey you, who said that? Baby, how you been? You say you don't know, you won't know until you begin. So can't you see me standing here? I got my back against the wrecking machine. I ain't the worst that you've seen. Can't you see what I mean? Might as well jump, jump. Go ahead and jump. Might as well jump, jump. Go ahead and jump. Jump. Jump! Go ahead and jump. Get it and jump!
I believe that we're going to have 4 of the greatest years in the history of our country. I will once and for all secure our elections. We're going to go to paper ballots. We're going to have same-day voting, voter ID. We're going to do it properly. We're going to have good, secure, beautiful elections. We never want what happened in 2020 to happen again. But until then, Republicans must win. And we must use every appropriate tool available to beat the Democrats. They are destroying our country. Whether you vote early, absentee, by mail, or in person, we are going to protect the vote. That's the most important thing we have to do, is protect the vote. Keep your eyes open, because these people want to cheat, and they do cheat. And frankly, it's the only thing they do well. We will make sure your ballot is secure and your voice is heard. Many Republicans like to vote on Election Day, and we must swamp the radical Democrats with massive turnout on Tuesday, November 5th. The way you win is to swamp them. If we swamp them, they can't cheat. It just doesn't work out. But if you can't make it, you need to make a plan, register, and vote any way possible. We got to get your vote. So with your vote, we will win a victory the likes of which no one has ever seen before. We will evict crooked Joe Biden from the White House, and we will take back our country on November 5th, 2024, the most important day in the history of our country. That's what it's going to go down as. Thank you.
Show me how you do that trick. The one that makes me scream, she said. The one that makes me laugh, she said. Threw her arms around my neck. Show me how you do it. And I promise that I'll run away with you. I'll run away with you. Spinning all that dizzy air, kiss her face and kiss her hair. Dream of all the different ways I had to make her cry. Why are you so far away? She said, but won't you ever know that I'm in love with you? That I'm in love with you. You, soft and lonely. You, lost and lonely. You, strangers, angels, dancing in the deepest oceans, to see the water. You're just like a dream, just like a dream. Daylight lit me into shade. I must have been asleep for days. Moving lips, breathe her name. I opened up my eyes and found myself alone above the raging sea. Stole the only girl I loved, drowned her deep inside of me. You, soft and lonely. You lost and lonely. You, just like heaven.
Last night we let the liquor talk. I can't remember everything we said, but we said it all. You told me that you wish I was somebody you never met. But baby, baby, something's telling me this ain't over yet. No way it was our last night. I kissed your lips, make you grip the sheets with your fingertips. Last bottle of Jack, we split a fifth. Just talking about life, going sip for sip. Yeah, you know you love to fight, and I say shit I don't mean, but I'm still gonna wake up wanting you and me. I know that last night we let the liquor talk. I can't remember everything we said, but we said it all. You told me that you wish I was somebody you never met. But baby, baby, something's telling me this ain't over yet. No way it was our last night. No way it was our last night. No way it was the last night that we break up. I see your taillights in the dust. You call your mama, I call your bluff. In the middle of the night, pull her right back up. Yeah, my friends say let her go. Your friends say what the hell, I wouldn't trade your kind of love for nothing else. Oh baby, last night we let the liquor talk. I can't remember everything we said, but we said it all. You told me that you wish I was somebody you never met. But baby, baby, something's telling me this ain't over yet. No way it was our last night. We said we had enough. I can't remember everything we said, but we said too much. I know you packed your shit and slammed the door right before you left. But baby, baby, something's telling me this ain't over yet. No way it was our last night. No way it was our last night. I know you said this time you really weren't coming back again. But baby, baby, something's telling me this ain't over yet. No way it was our last night. No way it was our last night.
Let's get it started in here.
And the bass keeps running, running, and 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 running, running, and
In this context, there's no disrespect, so when I bust my rhyme, you break your necks. We got 5 minutes for us to disconnect from all intellect and let the rhythm affect. To lose the inhibition, follow your intuition, free your inner soul and break away from tradition. Cause when we be out, girl, it's pulling me out. You wouldn't believe how we wow shit out. Burn it till it's burned out, turn it till it's turned out. Act up from northwest, east side. Everybody, let's get into it. Get stoked, get it started, get it started, get it started. Let's get it started. Let's get it started in here. Let's get it started. Let's get it started in here. Let's get it started. Let's get it started in here. Let's get it started. Let's get it started in here.
Lose control of body and soul. Don't move too fast, people just take it slow. Don't get ahead, just jump into it. Y'all hear about it? The P's will do it. Get started, get stupid. Don't worry about it, people will walk you through it step by step like an infant new kid. Inch by inch with a new solution. Transmit hits with no delusion. The feeling's irresistible and that's how we move it. Yo, everybody, let's get into it. Get stupid, get it started, get it started, get it started. Let's get it started. Let's get it started in here. Let's get it started. Let's get it started in here. Let's get it started. Let's get it started in here. Let's get it started. Let's get it started in here. Yeah.
running, running, and running, running.
Come on, y'all. Let's get cool. Let's get cool. And y'all out here cool. Let's get cool. And y'all out here cool. Let's get cool. And y'all
Let's get ill,
That's the deal. Applicator will be the bugged out drill. Just lose your mind, this is the time. You can't stand still, twist and bang your spine. Just bob your head like me, Apple D. Up inside your club or in your Bentley. Get messy, loud and sick. Your mind fast, no more on another head trip. So come them now, do not correct it. Let's get ignorant, let's get hectic.
Everybody, let's get into it. Get stoned, get started, get started, get started. Let's get it started. Let's get it started in here. Let's get it started. Let's get it started in here. Let's get it started. Let's get it started in here. Let's get it started. Let's get it started in here.
Don't feel it growing day by day. People getting ready for the move. Some are happy, some are sad. Oh, we gotta let the music play. What the people need is a way to make them smile. It ain't so hard to do if you know how. Gotta get a message, get it all through. Lord, now mama got you happy wife. Oh, oh, listen to the music. Oh, oh, listen to the music. Oh, oh, listen to the music. All the time.
There must be lights burning brighter somewhere. Got to be birds flying higher in a sky more blue. If I can dream of a better land where all my brothers walk hand in hand, tell me why, oh why can't my dream come true? Oh why? There must be peace and understanding sometime. Strong winds of promise that will blow away the doubt and fear. If I can dream of a warmer sun where hope keeps shining on everyone, tell me why, oh why won't that sun appear? We're lost in a cloud with too much rain. We're trapped in a world that's troubled with pain. But as long as a man has the strength to dream, he can redeem his soul and fly. Deep in my heart, there's a trembling question. Still I am sure that the answer's gonna come somehow. Out there in the dark, there's a beckoning candle, yeah. And while I can think, while I can talk, while I can stand, while I can walk, while I can dream, oh, please let my dream come true. Right now, let it come true right now. Oh, yeah.
Thank you. Good night.
I got chills, they're multiplying, and I'm losing control. Cause the power you're supplying, it's electrifying. You better shape up, cause I need a man. And my heart is set on you. You better shape up, you better understand. To my heart I must be true. Nothing left for me to do. You're the one that I want. The one that I want. The one that I want. The one I need. Oh yes indeed. If you feel with affection, you're too shy to convey. Meditate my direction. Feel your way. I better shape up, cause you need a man. I need a man who can keep me satisfied. I better shape up, I'm gonna prove that my faith is justified. Are you sure? Yes, I'm sure down deep inside. You're the one that I want. The one that I want. The one that I want. Oh, I need. Oh, yes, indeed. The one that I want. The one that I want.
You don't own me. I'm not just one of your many toys. You don't own me. Don't say I can't go with other boys. And don't tell me what to do. Don't tell me what to say. And please, when I go out with you, don't put me on display, 'cause you don't know me. Don't try to change me in any way. You don't know me. Don't tie me down, 'cause I never stay. I don't tell you what to say.
a new town. There's no need to be unhappy, young man. There's a place you can go. I said, young man, when you're short on your dough, you can stay there. And I'm sure you will find many ways to have a good time. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. They have everything for your man to enjoy. You can hang out with all the boys. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. You can get yourself clean. You can have a good meal. You can do whatever you feel. Young man, are you listening to me? I said, young man, what do you want to be? I said, young man, you can make real your dreams, but you got to know this one thing. No man does it all by himself. I said, young man, put your pride on the shelf and just go there to the YMCA. I'm sure they can help you today. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. They have everything for your man to enjoy. You can hang out with all the boys. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. You can get yourself clean. You can have a good meal. You can do whatever you feel. Young man, I was once in your shoes. I said I was down and out with the blues. I felt no man cared if I were alive. I felt the whole world was so tired. That's when someone came up to me and said, young man, take a walk up the street. It's a place there called the YMCA. They can stop you on your way. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. They have everything for your mental enjoy. You can hang out with all the boys. YMCA. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. Young man, there's no need to feel down. Young man, pick yourself off the ground. YMCA. You'll find it at the YMCA. Young man, does it all by himself. Young man, put your pride on the shelf.
When I first came into office, I cut taxes more than any other president. We have created 7 million new jobs, and it led to a growth like we've never seen before. We developed the greatest economy in history by far. When I left office, it changed. Inflation destroyed the lives of so many people. Interest rates went from 2% to 10%. Millions of illegal immigrants, traffickers, and drugs coming into our country. Our country has gone to hell. So I made a decision to run. We're going to make America great again, greater than ever before. I will fight for you with every breath, and I will never let you down.
I'm gonna fight like a G. They all gonna see. And if I die, I'm gonna die free.
President Trump is literally putting his life on the line, and he's willing to risk it all because he loves this country.
He is strong, he is fearless, and he is what this country needs right now.
Our cities will be safe, our streets will be clean, and our border will be secure.
We can't allow our country to be destroyed by politicians who will put their own power ahead of the interests of the American people, our freedom, and our future.
The left told me to hate Trump.
When you cut through the lies, you realize the truth. American families were better when Donald Trump was president. We were safer, wealthier, and stronger.
So if you love this country, if you want to stand up and fight for the future of our nation, you must re-elect Donald J. Trump.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the next president of the United States, President Donald J. Trump.
And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. From the lakes of Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee, across the plains of Texas, from sea to shining sea, from Detroit down to Houston and New York to LA, where there's pride in every American heart, and it's time we stand and say that I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I am so sorry. Here's what they wanted to do. We got so tied up, and I figured you wouldn't mind too much because we're trying to win. And I got interviewed by actually a great guy. I didn't know him too well, but I got to know him because it was the longest interview I've ever done in my life. Joe Rogan, a good guy. And it's, it's quite something. And we had some other things really important. And I said, we're going to get this stuff done. And my people came to me, sir, we could cancel our evening event. I'm sure the people wouldn't mind. I said, are you crazy? I'm not canceling. There's no way. I'm not canceling. There's no way. We never even. So I apologize, but you know, it's all about winning. We got to win. And we did some things today that will help us win. I think we did a lot of taping, a lot of this, a lot of that, a lot of everything. And we're way up. I'm not supposed to say that, but we're way up. Not only the polls, but the early voting. I guess we're leading in all 7 swing states. But, okay, forget I said it. Forget it. Because everybody has to go out and vote. Who's voted so far? Who's going to vote? I always figure you like to vote a little bit late. This party just likes to vote a little bit late, and that's okay. I understood it. I never went crazy over the one or the other, but we're leading actually in places where traditionally the Republicans don't lead. In fact, they can go down 30 and then they catch them at the end, right? But a little scary, a little spooky. But we're leading in just about everyone, right? Just about everyone. And it's usually they lead and then we catch them. And then in our case, we usually beat them. We did great in 2016. We did much better in 2020, but you know, a lot of bad things happened there. But this one blows it away because we've never had enthusiasm like this. And part of the reason is they're so bad. You got a little dose of bad management. You got a little dose of incompetent people. You know where she is tonight? She's out partying. So Israel is attacking. We got a war going on and she's out partying. At least we're working to make America great again. That's what we're doing. Kamala, he's the worst president in the history of our country. She's the worst vice president in the history of our country. She was on CNN the other night, 2 nights ago. She couldn't put 2 sentences together. This is not going to be our president. We better not let that happen. It'll be the end of our country. So I want to say a very big hello, Michigan. I'm thrilled to be back in this incredible state with thousands of proud, hardworking American patriots. And I'd like to begin by asking a very simple question. Are you better off now than you were 4 years ago? Yeah. Thank you all very much. We're going to have a good time. Look, I figured if it was a little bit later, it wouldn't matter. It's a Friday night, right? But you lose total track. Remember when Biden used to get up and it'd say, it's great to be in Idaho. Sir, you're in New Hampshire. Oh. You know, if you do that, if you make that mistake, it doesn't matter. Winston Churchill was a great speaker. If you made that mistake, doesn't matter who it is. The evening's over. You're dead. But he used to make it all the time, right? It's great to be in Florida. And then you'd see it be Vermont or someplace crazy. What we've gone through with this group of incompetent people. And you know what? We couldn't stand 4 more years. Or you couldn't stand another. I'm not sure we can stand another 3-4 months of it. You want to really know the truth. But I'm here today with a message of hope for all Americans. With your vote in this election, I will end inflation. I will stop the invasion of criminals into our country, and I will bring back the American dream. We're going to bring it back. And this is all you really need to know. They broke it, and I'll fix it. We're going to fix it. We're going to fix it fast. We're going to fix it fast. With your support on November 5th, America will be bigger, better, bolder, richer, safer, and stronger than ever before. We're going to do it. We got a lot of work to do. You know, when they allowed 21 million people to come into our country in 3.5 years, think it was much more than that, I believe. They have no idea. Nobody even has any idea. You don't even know how big the country is. Is it 325? Is it 350? You know, countries usually know approximately what size. They allowed so many people. You have no idea how big the country is, but we'll figure it out. But we're going to get rid of the bad ones real fast. We have to. We have no choice. And this election is a choice between whether we will have and whether we're going to have 4 more years of incompetence and failure, or whether we will begin the 4 greatest years in the history of our country. We're going to do that. Kamala Harris, Kamala. She's so bad, you know. No, she's so bad. Oh, can you imagine President Xi? He's a fierce person. Somebody said, what's he like? I said, he's fierce. He walks in, we say, hello, we will immediately get back to work. No, he's fierce. There's no games, you know, there's no games. When he sees this, he can't believe it. I guarantee you that. What the hell has happened to our country? So I say this, they say the biggest thing on the polling, the biggest thing they have is the economy, and then they have inflation, and then they have the border. And I disagree. I think the border is number one. I think the border and the inflation's terrible, and the economy stinks because of the inflation. It stinks because of the inflation. But I think the biggest thing is the border, because they've allowed millions of people to come in from prisons and from mental institutions and destroy our country. And we're not going to let that happen. But I really believe, does anybody agree with that? Because I do. Kamala Harris is leading a hate campaign now. She's got a new thing going. You know, I think now they're calling me a dictator. So they started off where I was a dictator. None of it worked. Then they went to, he's an evil genius. That didn't work. Then they went, he's a dumb son of a bitch. That didn't work. That didn't last long. That didn't last too long. Then they went back to the dictator stuff. They don't know what they're doing. Those poor people, those poor lost souls. They're like lost souls. They're radical left lunatic Democrats, and they all suffer from Trump derangement syndrome at a level. And she's joining. I saw Hillary today. We're having a big thing on Sunday at Madison Square Garden. And I guess in the 1930s or something, some guy who was inclined toward the Nazis had something, and she said, it's just like the 1930s. No, it's not. No. This is called Make America Great Again. That's all it's called. This is not like, you know, Hillary conceded. I don't know what's going on with her. 3 o'clock, 3:01 in the morning, she called me and she conceded. I don't have to tell you the whole story, but she conceded. I don't want to be rude to her. Why would I be rude to her? She's rude to me. Why wouldn't I be rude to her? Well, I am. You know, when the crowd used to shout, lock her up, they'd shout, lock. And I used to go, right? Just relax. We're going to win. And then we won, and they still said, lock her up. And I said, just relax. We just won. Just take it easy. Because I couldn't see the wife of a president of the United States being put in the hoosgow, right? I couldn't see it. Being put in jail, being put in prison. And, you know, she was also Secretary of State. And I hear her talking like, you know, there's never been a man investigated like Donald J. Trump, not Al Capone. Alphonse Capone, if he had dinner with you and didn't like you, you were a dead person. I spent more time under investigation than Scarface, Al Capone. But it's amazing. So there were a lot of people that wanted to put her in jail. They didn't give a damn. I said, no, you can't do that. The wife of a president. And then I get in there and they go after me, these animals, these dirty animals. I'm leading a movement of optimism and confidence and hope. And I'm asking you to be excited about the future of our country again, because there's nothing to be excited with these idiots running it. You're going to start thinking about the big dream and the American dream. You're going to start dreaming again, and this will be America's new golden age. We're going to make it the golden age. We have a little bit of a, you know, we're sort of behind the 1 yard line. We got to get rid of some of the problems that they've caused. But the reason the enthusiasm is so good is because of that. If we would have done it the more traditional way, like you win and then you retire, I guess, for the rest of your life, right? What the hell? So we won, but they said, I'm sorry. And then we won again. We won, think of it. We'll say we won 3 times, but we don't want the results of the second. We don't want those results, but we're going to clean up the results of the second, and we're going to clean them up good. because the results of the second, you take a look at the crime in our country, take a look at the crime. It's never been like this. When I was debating that fake newscaster on ABC, David Muir, a fake sleazebag, I don't watch him anymore. Everything I'd say, he'd say, well, no. I'd say, crime is through the roof. It's rampant. He said, no, crime is down. I said, only a stupid person would say crime. You don't have to know anything. You don't have to see statistics. The crime is up. And then when you add the migrant crime, which is going to make even our crime look like peanuts. And by the way, these migrant criminals, the only thing good about them is they make our criminals look like nice people, very nice people. Every problem facing us can be solved, but now the fate of our nation is in your hands, and it really is. You know, if we win Michigan, we win the whole thing. And you have to vote for me. I just killed the biggest car plant anywhere in the world in Mexico, owned by China. I just killed it. It's dead. It's dead. Detroit would have closed up. This thing's so big, and I heard about it. I've been talking about it. I've been up here a lot. I talked in front of the Detroit Economic Club. It was very nice. And I talked about these plants that are being built in Mexico near the border. They're going to make cars and sell them into the United States. It's going to be like making crackers, owned by China. And they were going to come through and they were going to destroy your business up here. You've already, I mean, your business over the years, look over the last 30, 40 years, it's been decimated compared to what it was. We're going to bring the car industry back to Michigan. We're going to bring it back to Detroit. But I heard about this big one in particular, but these massive plants going to be built, and they're all set. You heard the story. A friend of mine, he builds plants. I said, take me to a plant. I want to see a plant. He said, we'll have to go to Mexico. I said, I want to see one in the United States. He said, well, there's no big one being built by comparison. You want to see the big ones, you got to go to Mexico. I said, you got to be kidding. What's this all about? They said, no, we're building some really big ones for China. So I immediately thought, I said, how do we kill those suckers? And I said, we're going to put 100, 200, 400, 700. We're going to put the biggest tariffs. There won't be one damn car that's going to be able to come through our border. And I said, I announced it. And at the club, I announced. And then, you know, a week ago, 2 weeks ago, I was at an event. And I look and I see the guy's name is John, great guy. He's the big guy. He's the one that builds a lot of the plants, most of them. He's really amazing, actually. That's what he does. If he had to build a little apartment someplace, I don't know if he could do it, but he can build a plant that's 2 miles long, and he's great at it. And I said, how's that plant come? This was a year ago, the first time I met him. And he said, well, sir, they just canceled the plant. Who just canceled it? China. And Mexico is furious. Why are they furious? Because the plan was canceled. I said, really? Why did they cancel it? Because they said they thought you were going to win, and that if you win, you're going to put big tariffs on them, and they're never going to sell any cars into America and destroy Detroit. And they just canceled it, so we're happy, right? I just found out about it a few days ago. So we just killed what would have been the biggest plant probably anywhere in the world that was going to destroy the state of Michigan. So you're going to now vote for Trump, because let me tell you, Kamala is never going to be doing that. Kamala doesn't know she's alive. If you watched her being interviewed by Allison Cooper the other night, who's a nice person. Do you know Allison Cooper? CNN fake news. Oh, she said, no, his name's Anderson. Oh, no. If you watch that interview, you would never want her as your president. She couldn't answer the simplest question. What's going to be the first thing you think about? What are you going to do? I grew up with a beautiful lawn. She said that in the debate, too, the same stuff. I had David Muir and that other one. I don't even know who the hell her name is. I don't want to know her name. Somebody said, oh, we'll get her name. So I don't want to know her name. Why would I want to know her name? Just say, Madam, no name. But they were hitting me left and right. They're the worst. I'll tell you, actually, ABC might be the worst, but I think 60 Minutes has really topped it, though. 60 Minutes interviewed Kamala, and she was incapable of answering questions. And they took the main question, like one of the early, but a big question they asked, and it was, I don't like the word salad. I mean, it's like stupid, but it was just a big jumble of words. It was just like rambling on. It didn't go anywhere. And okay, they asked a question. They took it out, threw it away, and they put a brand new answer in that was a fake answer. Didn't even pertain to that question. And they got caught. And to me, it's the biggest scandal in broadcast history. It's election interference fraud. And 60 Minutes should be taken off the air. They should. And CBS should lose its license. You know, the government gives us license to NBC fake news, ABC fake news, and CBS fake news. They have to pay. If they had to pay, they'd pay billions of dollars to get them for nothing. They pay nothing. They're public airways. They pay nothing. And you know what? The one thing is you have to be honest. And they were very dishonest. And ABC was very dishonest with David Muir when he just never asked her anything. Everything I answered, boom, they would criticize. And they were wrong on, I think, all of them. And all of her answers were wrong. They never questioned her. This is interference with an election. But worse than that, I think, honestly, was 60 Minutes. They took her answer out and put a new answer in. Do you think they do that for me? If I gave a bad answer, you know what they do with me? I give a long, beautiful, flowing, weaving answer. It's the weave. I call it the weave. Very complex. You have to be very smart to do it. The main thing is you have to end up in the right location. If you end up out here, that's no good. But they call it the weave. What they'll do with me is they'll take out a piece and another piece, you know, and that's bad. But it's not like they can say, well, we want to shorten the answer. We have time, right? We need time. But they took this answer. I think it's the worst thing. And we're going to be suing them because, and I'm suing them on behalf of you. I'm not suing them for me. I'm not suing them for me. I'm suing them for you because that's really a fraud on the American people. So why should they get a free license and they do that stuff? They're so biased. It's so disgusting. And you don't get the real picture of a candidate. When they do that, you don't realize she's close to a moron, okay? You don't realize that because they give you another answer. It wasn't a great answer, but at least it was like semi-normal. So we're going to probably sue him. I think we're going to sue him. Should I sue him or not? All right, stay tuned. Stay tuned. It'll happen fast. It's such an easy thing. How do they go to court and say, well, Your Honor, we did do, but I mean, that was a big thing. It's got to be very embarrassing for them. They have no answer. They actually said they have no answer for it. They got caught cheating. And we want the rest of their answers because they probably did it with other answers too, right? Because this woman, can you imagine this is going to be your president? I don't think so. Michigan, you have to stand up and you have to tell Kamala Harris that you've been a horrible, horrible vice president. You've destroyed San Francisco. When you were the DA, you were horrible as the attorney general working with Gavin Newsom. You destroyed California. You're a disgrace to your nation. You shouldn't be running for president. You picked the dumbest vice president in history, maybe even dumber than you. This guy is the dumbest guy. What a choice. Somebody said, you got lucky, sir. Why? They picked this guy. He's dumb as a rock. Of course, you could make the case that, you know, there's a theory, pick a really bad vice president. That way they never get rid of you. So maybe she did a very smart thing. Who knows? But we're going to say, Kamala, you're horrible. Kamala, you're fired. Get the hell out of here. You're useless. You're horrible. You're horrible. I'll tell you what. Can you believe, though? She's out celebrating. You know what how do you celebrate when you're down by like a lot? Do they realize it? Because, you know, the votes are so, this isn't even polls anymore. These are the votes, you know, and if they come in even not like they're coming in now, even, you know, less good. But, and, you know, things can happen. Number one, they cheat like hell. So maybe they know something that we don't, right? They might know something that we don't. I don't know. Why the hell would she be celebrating when you're down? Maybe, never thought of that. Maybe she knows something we don't, but we're not going to let it happen. We're not going to let it happen. Can't let it happen. But the polls are open for early voting here in Michigan, and we're setting all-time records in the votes. You know, the votes are, you're setting all-time records in the votes because people, look at this place. I mean, it's, what is it? What time is it tonight? What the hell? What is it? Huh? Right? It's 11. He said it's 11. I mean, it's freezing out. Is anybody cold? I'm not cold. I'm not cold. So we're setting records with the votes. The early voting is records. The Trump people are coming out. They're voting like crazy. And, you know, typically we get our voting. The big voting that we get is at the end. So we were anywhere near tied, and we're more than tied. We're going to have a big time. It's going to be the greatest. It will be the single greatest political victory in the history of our country, right? MAGA, make America great again. So let's keep going. Don't let up. I shouldn't have told you what I told you tonight. But now I have an excuse. I said, well, we made a mistake. No, I shouldn't have. They said, don't tell them, sir. Don't let them keep on. You have to vote anyway because you can't trust them, right? Too big to rig. Too big to rig. We have to bury the hatred and the lies and the avalanche, and we have to do it in an avalanche of votes. And every time you see a smear, every time you hear them attack, take the motivation to go out and vote, vote, vote. You just go and vote and get your friends and tell your girlfriend she's got a husband, he's a big slob of a guy, and tell him to get the hell off the couch, Harry. You big slob, get off the couch. We're going to vote for the president. We're going to make America great again. We're going to make it great. Got to get him. Got to get him. With your help, 11 days from now, we're going to win Michigan. We're going to defeat Kamala Harris, and we're going to make America great again. For generations, this state was the beating heart of the car industry and one of the greatest manufacturing centers anywhere in history. Yes. Okay. Doctor, please. Doctor, thank you. Take your time, doctor. Take your time. Plenty of time. Are they okay? Everybody okay? You all right? You let us know when. We got plenty of time. We love our people. They have a little problem. They have a little problem. We're okay. We'll wait. We don't give a damn, right? I'll tell you, we have such great doctors in these audiences. You know, you need a doctor, and those doctors are all over. They're great doctors, too. Great, great doctors. How's that going? Let's go. Okay, thank you. Let's go. But year after year, globalist politicians like Kamala Harris sold you out, and they let other countries loot, pillage, and plunder our wealth, our jobs, and our dreams. They just stole it from us like we're a bunch of babies. 40% of Michigan auto jobs were annihilated after NAFTA, the worst trade deal ever made. And I terminated it, by the way, if you don't mind, for the USMCA. And China's entry into the World Trade Organization was a disaster for this country. And they got all sorts of favorable trade status. They said they were a developing nation. Well, Detroit's a developing area. You can't say Detroit is exactly, When I said the other day, last time I was here, I said, we got to bring Detroit, because honestly, for 45 years, I've been hearing Detroit. We're going to make it great. But when I sort of gave it a little knock, I said, let's face it, we've been ripped in Detroit. We got to make Detroit. They said, he was disparaging. I'm not disparaging. I'm telling you the facts. You need businesses to come back into this place. You need businesses. Otherwise, forget it. You can't make it. And people have to understand that. I guess probably a couple of politicians were hurt by that. I said, don't be hurt. You'll be happy when we have auto plants moving in all over the place, because we're going to do tariffs and we're going to do tax incentives and all this. You'll have so many plants and so many jobs, your head will spin. We're going to be bringing back the companies that we lost. We lost companies that was just so stupid how we lost them. And we lost them because we had dumb politicians. They're all coming back, every single one of them, because they want to be here. Under Kamala, the United States has lost 50,000 manufacturing jobs just in this year alone. You didn't know that, right? U.S. car sales are down 38% since I left office. Think of that. So you lost 50,000 jobs this year, and the car sales down 38%. I mean, a little more yet, just think of it, almost 50% if you think, in just a short period of time. So where the hell are you going? You have this union guy, they want to make all electric cars. We're going to end the mandate for electric cars on day one. On day one. And electric cars are great. And Tesla's great, and Elon's great. He is the greatest guy, by the way. He gave me them. And there's a great market for them, but they can't all be electric. We have liquid gold, we have gasoline, we have oil and gas, we have gasoline. China doesn't have gasoline, and the electric cars are all going to be made in China. That's the way it is. That's the way it is. So we're going to change it around. We're going to have hybrids. We're going to have gasoline-powered cars. We're going to have electric cars. We're going to have everything. Maybe not hydrogen cars. You know why? Because they blow up, and when they blow up, you are not recognizable. I just said today, I said, your husband's driving a hybrid and it blows up. Ma'am, would you please come down and identify your husband? He's alongside of that tree. And you go like this. I don't know if that's him. No, I don't like that idea. They say they work pretty well. That's not good. They work pretty well, but when they don't work, you can forget it. I think we should take them off our schedule, right? So you got to vote for Trump, and you will see a mass exodus of manufacturing jobs from Mexico to Michigan, from Shanghai to Sterling Heights, and from Beijing to right here in Traverse City. It's a nice place. Nice place. And you people are great. I can't believe it. I figured when I got here, there'd be like 20 people. And I was ready to do the full. Look at this place. It goes back. I wish the cameras would show it. These cameras, the fake news. That's a lot of fake news, too. I got to tell you, look. That's a lot of fake news. I wish they'd show. They never show the crowds, They never show it. You ever see Kamala's crowd? They put like 10 people. They bus them in. They take a bus and they pay people. That's true. They pay people. They don't get people. They put them like that, and the camera always shows those people. I don't know. It's so crazy, isn't it? We don't have buses bringing people. The people come here, and we appreciate that you stay. Really, I mean, look at that, all the way to the back. Starting in January, we will give our companies the lowest taxes, the lowest energy costs, the lowest regulatory burdens, and free access to the biggest and best market on the planet. But We're not always going to be the best market. We're close to blowing it. We'll blow it, and we will lose everything. And we're going to keep our dollar standard, by the way, 100%. We're going to lose that. And we're not going to go into World War III, little things like that. The centerpiece of this plan will be a 15% made in America corporate tax rate, cutting the tax from 21% to 15%. Now, I'm the one who was almost 40. I got it down to 21. But here's the key. We're going to cut it all the way down to 15. The jobs are going to be flowing, companies, because it's going to be about the most competitive rate in the world. But only for those who make their product here in the USA and hire American workers for the job. You're going to have more people coming in than you would believe. And you'll see. I mean, it's incredible. You know, Wall Street, these 4 or 5 geniuses from Wall Street, they say, where the hell did you get that idea? You get the tax cut, but only if you build the cars here. The other thing we're doing, I will tell you now, is we get you interest rates. We get you the interest. You're allowed to deduct it when you buy a car, but only if the car's made in, like, Detroit, meaning the USA. Anywhere in the USA is okay. But I would like to see it built here because I've been hearing about this experiment, for 45 years I've been hearing about it. And we're going to turn it around. We're going to do it. It's going to be a great legacy for all of us. And if these companies don't make their products here, then they will pay a stiff tariff when they sell. Look, when they put their products into our country, into the United States for the privilege of competing with our workers, they're taking our workers away. They're taking our jobs away. They're taking our product and our companies away. We're not going to let it happen. So they're going to have to pay a very stiff price to do that. But what they're going to do is they're going to bring their business here because that way they have no tariff to pay. It's sort of simple. And it's what China's been doing for a long time. And I've been telling them for a long time. And what they're doing is unbelievable. These politicians, they're either dumb or they're crooked, okay? And I think it's probably a combination of both. We'll also pass the Trump Reciprocal Trade Act, reciprocal, meaning if China or any other country charges us 100 or 200% tax, then we will charge them a reciprocal tax of 100 or 200%. Right now, we don't do that. And I was starting it, and then we had a little bad election result, would you say? Think of what this country would be like. We wouldn't have inflation. You wouldn't have any wars because if you look at Iran, they were broke. They had no money to give to Hamas. They had no money to give to Hezbollah. They had no money. And there was no terror. You know, there was 4 years we had no terror. Russia would never have attacked Ukraine. They wouldn't have done it. Think of it. We had gasoline at I thought it was 187. It was 184. It was just adjusted, 184 a gallon. Think of that. Would you like to have $1.84 a gallon instead of $4? I will never apologize for defending America. I will protect our workers. I will protect our jobs. I will protect our borders. I will protect our families. And you know what I said? They said, please don't say that, sir. I think women like me. But they say we're doing unbelievable with men. They've never had anything like it. White men, black men, men like me. They say women don't. And I say they do because we're going to protect. And I said, I'm going to protect women and families. I'm going to protect from the criminals coming in from the border. We're getting them out from foreign bad players, from criminals, period. We're going to protect. They said, sir, please don't say you're going to protect women. Why? Because it doesn't sound really well. I said, I think it sounds fine. We want to protect. I mean, that's our job. We have to protect. So I think I should override my experts. Do you agree? We're going to override them if you don't mind. And I will protect the birthright of our children to live in the richest and most powerful nation on the face of the earth. And thank you very much. If Kamala gets 4 more years, she will obliterate our economy, kill millions of jobs, and destroy your family finances forever. That's what's going to happen. You'll end up, if this person who doesn't know anything, she wants to raise taxes on everybody. If she gets in, you're going to have a 1929 style depression. That's what's going to be. It's going to be a disaster. You see it already. Think of it. Almost, look at all the jobs I just said. You're losing all your jobs in 3.5 years. They're going backwards. And you had the worst inflation in the history of our country. And inflation is a country buster. But with all of that, the border is worse. The border is worse. I don't give a damn how bad the inflation is. What's coming into our country, the murderers that are coming in, all these people, that's the worst thing. Kamala's inflation nightmare has already cost the typical family over $30,000 in higher prices, and now she wants to raise the typical family taxes by more than $3,000 a year. Lots of luck. All my life, I've watched politicians. They say, we will lower taxes. This is the only stupid politician she's going around. She's trying to run. I will raise your taxes. She's bragging about it. I will raise your taxes. I'm saying, am I missing something? I don't know. We have some great people here. We're going to introduce them in a second. They're some of the best in the world at exactly what we're talking about. The taxing queen, as she's called, is also demanding a shocking 33% tax hike on all domestic production all along the largest capital. She wants the largest capital gain increase in our history, and it's unbelievable. Take a look at this video. You're getting a beautiful video late in the evening. It's beautiful. Play a little music. Go ahead.
Kamala Harris is going to significantly raise taxes.
Taxes are going to have to go up.
Kamala's plan will raise families' taxes by nearly $2,600 a year. Under Kamala, prices have already soared. Now she'd make it worse with even higher taxes.
Taxes are going to have to go up.
President Trump will cut taxes again. No taxes on tips, overtime, or Social Security.
I'm Donald J. Trump, and I approve this message.
Thank you. So I am going to massively cut taxes for the workers, and included in that is no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security for our great seniors. And we're going to get it done, too. Did you see where she copied me like a month and a half later? I am going to announce no tax on tips. That's the last time we ever heard of it. Not going to happen. She wouldn't be able to get it passed anyway. We will quickly become energy independent, and we will frack, 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 and drill, baby, drill, right? We're going to drill, baby, drill. And I'm going to cut your energy prices in half, 50%. We're going to cut them in half in 12 months. We're going to cut your energy prices down. You know why? We have the liquid gold. We can do it. We buy our oil now from Venezuela. Can you believe it? Venezuela, it's not oil, it's tar. And the only refinery that can do it is in Houston, Texas. So for the environmentalists out there, that stuff is dirty. That's dirty. And we have the best stuff in the world. We have the most and we have the best. And we're going to use it, and we're going to cut down on our debt, and we're going to cut down on everything. We're going to turn this country around so fast. But your energy bills, your car, your air conditioning, your heating, your hot water, everything, it's going to be from January 20th, 1 year from that, you're going to pay half, and you'll be able to do it. And that's going to bring down other prices, including food prices. People are talking about groceries all the time. That's going to bring them down. As we restore our economy, we will also secure our borders. Over the past 4 years, Kamala has orchestrated the most egregious betrayal that any leader in American history has ever inflicted on our people. That's the border. She's eradicated our sovereign border, and she has unleashed an army of migrant gangs who are waging a campaign of violence and terror against our citizens. You're reading about it every day. They said, oh, no, they're fine people coming in. They're not fine people. They got murderers. You got drug dealers. Kamala has imported an invasion of criminal migrants from prisons and jails, insane asylums and mental institutions all around the world, from Venezuela to the Congo, and she's resettled them into your communities to prey upon innocent American people. And, you know, a lot of communities have them, and the ones that don't are even more scared because they don't want them. They don't want them. They're saying, please don't send them. And these are rough people. Some of them are really deadly people. One of the deadliest and most vicious migrant gangs that Kamala has imported into our country is the savage Venezuelan prison gang. Isn't that nice? They formed a group in prison. Tren de Aragua, very well known. MS-13's another one that's taking over apartment complexes in Colorado and unleashing a violent killing spree all over America. They've even taken over a place called Times Square in New York City. It's a horrible thing going on in New York. Let's take a look.
Open borders, deadly consequences.
Border crisis. Record high crossings are putting a strain on cities across America. It is a full-blown invasion.
Armed Venezuelan gang members storming an apartment complex in Aurora, Colorado.
When people talk about migrant crime, this is what they're talking about.
San Antonio, Texas, just one of the latest cities to have apartment complexes taken over by members of the Venezuelan gang.
Biden and Harris had created a program to bring them in under humanitarian parole.
I am in favor of saying that we're not going to treat people who are undocumented across the border as criminals.
More than 13,000 illegal immigrants convicted of murder have been released into the United States.
My 20-year-old daughter, Kayla Hamilton, was murdered in her own room. Kayla's murderer was apprehended by Border Patrol crossing illegally into the U.S.
Kayla's murderer had been improperly released into the United States.
Abolish ICE. Yeah, we need to probably think about starting from scratch.
More than a dozen people suspected of being Tren de Aragua gang members right here in San Antonio.
The gang members had been terrorizing the apartment complex.
New details in the murder of Lake and Riley. The illegal immigrant suspect, who cops say committed the heinous murder, is a Venezuelan national.
And was paroled and released into the country by the Biden administration.
If they'd all been properly vetted, that probably wouldn't have happened.
2 men investigators say are in the country illegally from Venezuela are charged with capital murder in the death of Jocelyn Nungaray.
Martinez Rangel wrapped his arms around Jocelyn's neck, took off her pants, and climbed on top of her. Later strangled Jocelyn to death and then tied up her hands and feet.
Court documents suggest a group of men arrested for beating and robbing a Dallas woman last month are members of a Venezuelan street gang.
The men threatened to cut off her fingers if she did not cooperate. Manuel Hernandez was booked by Colleyville police just 2 days earlier and released the day before the robbery.
A Peruvian gang leader who is wanted for 23 murders, who was arrested by Border Patrol near Roma, Texas, then released into America.
This is what we have coming into our country. It's terrible. The United States is now an occupied country. We're an occupied country. And you don't maybe see it around here as much, and who knows, but you probably will. But all over, they're seeing it. And they're also taking Hispanic jobs and black jobs. They're taking jobs from the black population and the Hispanic population. And this crummy administration that we have is trying to hold back the numbers. The numbers are astronomical. Wait till you see the numbers of the black population lost jobs and the Hispanic population lost jobs. And they're trying to hold it till after the election is over because it's a disaster. And I think they're going to be forced, just like they had 818,000 phony jobs. Remember that a couple of months ago? And they didn't release it. They wanted to release the correction after the election, but we had a whistleblower who I like very much. I don't know who he is or she is, but but they announced it before the election, and it would have been a scandal if it were anybody else but them. But they created 818,000 phony jobs to pad their numbers. But it will soon be really an occupied country no longer. We're not going to have a country that's occupied. We're an occupied country. November 5th, 2024 will be Liberation Day in America. We're going to have Liberation Day. We're going to get them out. Kamala Harris is so grossly incompetent and unfit that she's obviously disqualified from being the president of the United States. How can you have a president of the United States? And by the way, the Border Patrol, go ahead, take your time. Such spirit here. It's amazing, isn't it? Everyone Everyone loves everyone. It's a great thing. Everyone loves. Yeah, take your time, doctor, please. Should we listen to a nice song while we wait? Okay, Ave Maria by Pavarotti. You want to do it? We'll listen to a song. I want the doctors to take their time. All right, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you, doctors. Thank you very much. No one respects Kamala. No one trusts her. No one takes her seriously. And from humiliating our country in Afghanistan with Biden and her, the greatest humiliation in the history of our country, the time when we were most embarrassed by something, we've never been embarrassed like that. to the invasion of Ukraine, to the nightmare on our border, to our inflation catastrophe, to our egregious hurricane response. It's been so horrible. Their response in North Carolina was horrible. Worse than Katrina, if you remember Katrina. The worst. Kamala Harris is a train wreck who has destroyed everything in her path. She can't speak. She doesn't know how to speak. She can't put sentences together. To make her president would be to gamble with the lives of millions and millions of people. We'd have a major possibility of getting into World War III, which will never happen with us. They're never going to play games with us because she's grossly incompetent. She is not capable of doing the job. And normally, I wouldn't be that tough on somebody, but you know what? We can't take a chance. You got to just get this, you got to get this horrible group of people the hell out of there. We're not going to have a country left. We love our country. We're not going to have a country left. Kamala is also in total free fall with the Arab and Muslim population in Michigan. She's in a free fall. She sent their jobs overseas, brought crime to their cities, and tonight in the Middle East, it's like a tinderbox. It's ready to explode. People are being killed at levels that we've never seen before. And that's taking place right now in Michigan. She is in literally a free fall. They've had it with her. Nobody's in charge. Joe Biden is asleep. Kamala is at a dance party with Beyonce. And why would Muslims support Kamala when she embraces Muslim-hating Liz Cheney? Can you believe Liz Cheney? A total loser whose father brought years of war and death to the Middle East. Why would you support somebody if you're from the Middle East or even associated with the Middle East? Why would you be supporting somebody with a Cheney family? The father killed more Arabs than any human being on earth. He pushed Bush, and they went into the Middle East. This person cannot be a president. She's too weak, too foolish to represent America on the world stage. Would be a great embarrassment. And we don't have 4 years. We just went through 4 years. We don't have 4 years to waste. Earlier this month, I was honored to receive the endorsement of over 400 national security and foreign policy officials. Think of this. But I can't get the press to write about it. You know, they have some dope like Bolton and this stupid General Kelly, as dumb as a rock. They have these people, they get front. I get 400 people from my administration, the biggest people. They're saying he was the greatest president. They won't write the story about it. But we understand. In the meantime, we're in first place and they're not. So somebody understands. Because they're fake news. They don't write the story. And they're great people, too. They're great people. But they know that under my leadership, we will have peace through strength. And that's what we had. We didn't have any wars other than we took out ISIS in record time because we have a great military. Not the ones that you see on television, the dopes. Like Milley and Mattis and these guys, real dopes. On top of it all, Kamala says she'd do nothing differently from Joe Biden, which has to disqualify her. I would do nothing differently. You know how bad a job he did? 89% wrong way. She would do nothing differently. Take a look.
Would you have done something differently than President Biden during the past 4 years?
There is not a thing that comes to mind.
I stood there on the tarmac watching you check your watch.
The chaotic and deadly U.S. evacuation from Afghanistan stunned Americans and the world and cost the lives of 13 U.S. soldiers.
Would you have done something differently?
There is not a thing that comes to mind.
More than 13,000 illegal immigrants convicted of murder have been caught at the border and then released into the United States.
An Afghan national is in custody today after being accused of plotting an election day terrorist attack. The
suspect entered the U.S. on a special immigrant visa.
Gut-wrenching new details in the murder of Georgia nursing student Laken Riley. The illegal immigrant suspect, who cops say committed the heinous murder, is a Venezuelan national who crossed the unsecured southern border back in 2022.
Two men investigators say are in the country illegally from Venezuela are charged with capital murder in the death of Jocelyn Nungaray.
A fifth illegal immigrant accused of attacking two New York City police officers over the weekend showed no remorse or regret.
Would you have done something differently?
There is not a thing that comes to mind.
Only 18% say the economy is in excellent or good condition.
US inflation has hit a new 40-year high, increasing by 9.1% over the financial year.
Authorities saying Train de Aragua, which has been linked with more than 100 criminal investigations here in the U.S., has now been found operating its criminal enterprise in apartment complexes.
Were you the last person in the room?
Yes.
That's what you're going to have, and get used to it. It'll be 100 times worse. Michigan, if you want to end this disaster, you must get out and you have to vote. We can't play games. We got to end it. It'll happen fast. We got to end it. We're going to have the biggest victory in the history of our country on November 5th. We're going to do things that people, we're going to be respected again. Look, 4 years ago, we were respected. Your president was respected. Your country was respected. Now they laugh at us. We're like a joke. We're not going to be a joke anymore. And we had no wars. First time in 81 years, no wars. I had no wars other than we finished off ISIS. We didn't send your son or your daughter to war. We're pleased to be joined by some terrific people, a man who I just think is amazing. North Dakota Governor Doug Burgum. Where is Doug? I hope he, because you know what? Oh, there he is. I said, I hope he's left because, I think I'm keeping the poor guy. And his wife is so incredible. Catherine, are you there? Yes. Look at them. And you're not dressed very warmly. Well, you're used to it in North Dakota. These are unbelievable people, tremendously successful people, the kind of people we want in the administration. And I hope we're going to be lucky enough. Thank you very much. Will you go home immediately, please? Just go. Don't worry about it. Thank you very much. It's really an honor. Thank you, Doug. Thank you, Catherine. It's really nice. What great people. Congressman Jack Bergman. Jack, thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Jack. He's a tough guy, You're not dressed very warmly either. Are you a little cold? Because, okay, good. Unbelievable. That's great. A warrior. Michigan GOP Chairman Pete Hoekstra. And Pete, thank you. So how are we doing? How are we doing, Pete? Yeah. We're doing great. You happy? I said, Pete, you got to do this. You got to take it over. And boy, has he done a job. So, well, if we won, boy, has he done a job. If we didn't, I'll say, well, Pete, what the hell happened? But are we looking good? The votes, yeah. No, there's your answer, right? That's your answer. Yeah. Great. That's great. And a friend of mine and a woman who is just really amazing, had a great father who I knew. He was a steel man. Man, he loved his daughter, and he's looking down. He passed away fairly recently, and he's looking down at his daughter, and he's saying, I'm proud of you. Tudor Dixon. Tudor, thank you. Thank you, Tudor. Thank you, hon. Here are the facts. Kamala Harris is a radical left Marxist, rated even worse than crazy Bernie Sanders or Pocahontas, not even close. She destroyed our economy. She was an original creator of defund the police movement, and anybody who wants to defund the police for even 1 week is not worthy of being president of the United States. She was one of the leaders of defund the police. You don't know that. You never heard that. They have this quick little thing with it. Once he got out, they went to him. They said, get the hell out of here. You're going to lose. We had the debate. And they go to him after the debate. They say, you're not going to make it. Get out. It's like, and then they say threat to democracy. They're the threat to democracy. Kamala Harris vowed to abolish ICE. The great people from ICE, they're tough and they love our country. And without them, we would have a problem like you wouldn't believe. But she wants to get rid of them. She vowed repeatedly to ban fracking. And as California Attorney General, she redefined child sex trafficking, assault with a deadly weapon, and rape of an unconscious person as totally nonviolent crimes. She pledged to confiscate your guns and endorsed a total ban on handgun ownership. Would anybody willingly like to give up their gun? Please raise your hand. That's not an easy one, is it, huh? She even called for free sex changes for illegal aliens in detention at taxpayer expense. And you saw what happened a couple of days ago at McDonald's. It was a monster story. It was just a little throwaway. You know, unlike her, she takes a vacation today, yesterday. You know, you're running for the 100-time Super Bowl, okay? Take the Super Bowl, multiply times 1,000. And you got 12 days to go, and she's taking vacations. That's not off to a good start. I've gone 58 days in a row without anything because we got to win this thing. We got to win this thing. But she lied about working at McDonald's on top of everything else. You know, she never worked at McDonald's. It was a part of her story, a big part. And on top of that, she would like to see our country go woke. Take a look at this quickly, a little Marine video. Take a look.
You little scumbag! I got your name! I got your ass! You will not laugh! You will not cry! You will learn by the numbers!
Happy Pride. Happy Pride Month, and actually, let's declare it a summer of pride.
So you're a killer? Sir, yes, sir! Let me see your war face! Sir, you got a war face? Ah! That's a war face! Now let me see your war face! Ah! Bullshit! You didn't convince me! Let me see your real war face! Ah!
I hear it and I know, I know you wanna take.
You will be a weapon. You will be a minister of death, praying for war. But until that day, you are pukes. You are the lowest form of life on earth. You are not even human fucking beings. You are nothing but unorganized, grabastic pieces of amphibian shit.
How to abracadabra, these bitches know I got answers the way I.
It looks to me like the best part of you ran down the crack of your mama's ass and ended up as a brown stain on the mattress. I love working for Uncle Sam. I love working for Uncle Sam. Lets me know just who I am. Lets me know just who I am. 1, 2, 3, 4, United States Marine Corps. 1, 2, 3, 4, United States Marine Corps.
So we won 2 world wars, and but don't worry about the military. They showed us with what they did with ISIS so quickly, the caliphate 100%. They're not woke. Only those people on the top are a little woke. They'll be gone fast. We have great. I say you could put them in a woke cage for 2 years, they'd come out fighting. Let me tell you, they're not woke. They're not going to be woke. Don't worry about it. In conclusion, with your vote this November, we are going to fire Kamala and we are going to save America. We're going to save our country. With your support, we will cut your taxes, end inflation, slash your prices, raise your wages, and bring thousands of factories back to America and back to Michigan. We're going to bring them back here and Detroit. We're going to bring them back into Detroit. We will build American, we will buy American, and we will hire American. And you're going to see things happen at a pace that you're not going to believe. You're going to be very proud of this country very soon. I will end the war in Ukraine quickly. I will stop the chaos in the Middle East, and I will prevent World War III. I know them all. I know exactly what to do. We will crush the violent crime and give our police the support, protection, resources, and respect they so dearly deserve. They're going to do it. They're going to be able to do their job. We will strengthen and modernize our military. I rebuilt our military. We gave a lot of it to Afghanistan, but actually still just a fraction, but a lot. We gave them a lot of brand new stuff. How crazy. More importantly, with their stupidity, we lost 13 great soldiers. Many were very badly hurt, the arms, the legs, the face. They were hurt. We left Americans behind, and we lost Bagram, the biggest Air Force base, one of the biggest in the world, 1 hour away from where China makes their nuclear weapons. And you know who occupies it? China. China occupies it. How stupid are these people? We will build a missile defense shield around our country, mostly made in the USA. In fact, all made in the USA. And a lot of it's going to be made right here in Michigan. We will rebuild our cities, including our capital in Washington, D.C., making them safe, clean, and beautiful again. We will teach our children to love our country, to honor our history, and to always respect our great American flag. We will get critical race theory and transgender insanity the hell out of our schools. And we will keep men out of women's sports day one. I will defend religious liberty. I will restore free speech, and I will defend the right to keep and bear arms, our Second Amendment, which is under siege. After years of building up foreign nations, defending foreign borders, and protecting foreign lands, we will finally, and we are going to do this, we are going to do it. We're going to build up our country. We're going to defend our borders, and we're going to protect our citizens for a change. Our citizens. We're going to put America first. And we will stop illegal immigration once and for all. We will not be invaded. We will not be occupied. We will not be overrun. We will not be conquered. We will be a free and proud nation. Once again, we are now a nation in decline. We're not going to be a nation in decline for very long, let me tell you that. Everyone will prosper, every family will thrive, and every day will be filled with opportunity, hope, and the American dream. We want the American dream for your children. They've got to have that dream. They will not amount to a lot. They've got to have the dream. If they want to really go, they have to have something to aspire to. We're going to bring back the American dream. But for that to happen, we must defeat Kamala Harris and stop her radical left agenda with the landslide that's too big to rig. Early voting is underway, so who is going to vote? Who's going to vote? Please. Yes. You got to does everybody here promise they're going to vote? Promise? Thank you. I agree. I accept it. I really do. I think everyone here is going to be voting. Everyone. We just can't take it for granted. We have to get out and vote. And all of the things have been, what we've been through together. People don't realize what we've been through together. We've watched our country rot. We stand on the verge of the 4 greatest years in the history of our country. With your help from now until Election Day, we're talking about 11 days. We will redeem America's promise. We will put America first, and we will take back the nation that we love. We are one people, one family, and one glorious nation under God. We will never give in. We will never give up. We will never back down, and we will never, ever, ever surrender. Together, we will fight, 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 and we will win, win, win. November 5th will be the most important day in the history of our country. This will be the most important day because we're going to take back our country from these lunatics that have no idea what the hell they're doing. They're destroying our country. They're destroying our families. We're not going to take it anymore. We will very shortly be able to make America powerful again. Make America wealthy again. Make America healthy again. Make America strong again. Make America proud again. Make America safe again. And we will make America great again. Thank you, everybody. God bless you. Thank you. It's a great honor to be with you. Thank you. Thank you.
Young man, there's no need to feel down. I said, young man, pick yourself off the ground. I said, young man, cause you're in a new town. There's no need to be unhappy. Young man, there's a place you can go. I said, young man, when you're short on your dough, you can stay there. And I'm sure you will find many ways to have a good time. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. They have everything for your men to enjoy. You can hang out with all the boys. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. You can get yourself clean. You can have a good meal. You can do whatever you feel. Young man, are you listening to me? I said, young man, what do you want to be? I said, young man, you can make real your dreams, but you got to know this one thing. No man does it all by himself. I said, young man, put your pride on the shelf and just go there to the YMCA. I'm sure they can help you today. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. They have everything for your men to enjoy. You can hang out with all the boys. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. You can get yourself clean. You can have a good meal. You can do whatever you feel. Young man, I was once in your shoes. I said I was down and out with the blues. I felt no man cared if I were alive. I felt the whole world was so tired. That's when someone came up to me and said, young man, take a walk up the street. It's a place there called the YMCA. They can start you back on your way. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. They have everything for your men to enjoy. You can hang out